Time to get into work today. This over here. Doing some quick streamer things here. Oh, okay. Gotta get my pin comment. Alrighty. Make sure my YouTube stuff is public. It is. Make sure everything's paused. So I'm not using extra bandwidth. And I can finally start work. Alright. I guess I posted vertical third too. Got a little bit of a cold. So that's going on. What am I going to do here? So I need to get my level up. Also need to get my hide my screen for just a second. BRB. All right. I think I have my dev environment set up. I need to turn off my loading screen though. All right, we're good there. And now let's go back to all right. So first things first, couple key bugs to fix. All right, so I need to kind of look through my two nodes from here and here. These are the two things I need to like kind of focus on. Number one, for some reason, after the first click of the registry, this has been not showing up. Weirdly. Maybe it's after I get a kill or something. There it is. Okay. So, okay, so it happens when I close it there. So let's go to, I think it's root. It's an actual menu button here. So maybe I set the widget target wrong. Okay, maybe it's not related to this. So open this up. Show all this. Go back. It's working fine. We hide it. We open it. So I wonder if it's leader. Is it the leaderboard portion? It's the leaderboard back button. No, it's definitely something to do with hiding. so weird. Okay, is it? There's not even any functions here. So I hit here. Hit bear. I close. And now it's gone. So everything functions until I hit close. And once I hit close, it's now gone. Okay, so that's one issue that I think is helpful. It might just be that I'm not supposed to. Okay. That was the main culprit. Alright, so I don't think I need that at all anymore. Just because of other things I coded in. Alright, close it, open it. This is where I left off. Click on anything else, it's functioning fine. Just have a click here. It's okay. Alright, that bug seems to be fixed. Alright, I believe that is all that. Death respawn. I think I accidentally set to. Wait, is that in the? I think that's back in the. This is the new spot for it. So this needs to be 180. Just forgot to set a testing value back to normal. It's fixed. I can quickly do this. Okay, so I wanted to put in, I want to just get like some snow. I guess there is that snow there. Basically, I just wanted to have like one more pack of snow. Like over here. And snow, like, this is like magical snow, so it's used for recipes. That's good for now. There's probably other places that need it, but I'll get back to that. I'm just let me look at a little bit of camera control stuff. Database. All right, so all of these, except F8, that's my character. That's the system that actually works. That's all just character stuff. So those are actually fine. All right, so I don't have to make changes there. I think I have a way to, sorry about the sneeze. Oh, sorry about that. Alright, so if I go spectate, I think I can just, what I didn't realize is, like, sometimes my mouse, well, actually you can't see it, but my mouse goes off my screen. But if I escape, it locks me back in the screen. And so that's very handy for when you're trying to do some shots. You don't have to like, hold right click down, or your mouse doesn't like fly off the camera screen and you start clicking on your side windows. So that works. So it's a moot point. An auto follow for the spectator. I think I can do that pretty easily. And I can probably do this through the chat system actually. Let's open the game mode. I think up to the, I also did, and so let's pull this over here. Close here. Let's get the controller. And chat commands are over here. Eventually I'll clean these up with functions, but for now, whatever. Alright, I believe these are all on the server side. Chat command. Need to do all actors of class. Character. Play fab info. Or no. Controller. Oh, I don't even need that. I just need player T controller. Character name. And technically, this needs to be for each break. And then this is going to be 1. And the character name, we will actually, this part is supposed to go here. And then we would voting. Promote. This is the auto follow target. Hello, Paxian Games. How are you? It's valid. I move to. Let's see if this works. Good, I paid someone $50 to draw 5 characters, so I'm just working on that. Nice. Okay. I need to do client, add the client command list. Slash follow. And let's look for, does this work? Follow test character 829. Let's see, do we get here? Maybe I do a client side. Do I do a client side? Client side might just be a hell of a lot easier to do this. Yeah, let's do this client side. So we're going to do a custom event. Auto follow. And what we're going to do is maybe we do it target based. We don't even do the name. Yeah, whatever. Auto follow. See, auto follow. And we're just going to maybe I make the code on the actual character. All right, I'm going to move this over here. This is going to be the timer auto follow. I don't think yeah, I really don't think I need much of a server side anything for this. I could do it for the character name potentially. What? Actor. Alright, so do /follow space character name. We're getting all the player controllers. We go through, if we find a matching name, target found, and then we go to the client. We set their target to the thing we found. We're going to set control rotation. Get pawn. Get controlled pawn. I guess I don't need to do control rotation. I just need to do actor location. Because sometimes you like to spin your camera around, set actor rotation. Stupid Visual Studios. I really wish there's a way to disable that. Okay. Start is going to be my character's rotation, looking at the target, and then we do not need any type of, I think it's yaw, or maybe it's only yaw we need. I think that's right. We'll try it. I guess we'll not do this. We had to work on my level 1 to 10 area the other night. Holy shit, it's a trip. The 1 to 5 is around 10 quests with 2 quest chains, roughly 15-30 minutes for gamers, 30 to 90 for the most casual new players. Yep. That's definitely, go quick. You don't get a lot of time. I'm going to try just real quick, try the simple move too. And see if that even works. Alright, did we get there is the first question. So, /follow and then character name. There's a chance the character name's not coming through properly, but test character 26. Yeah, it doesn't go. Follow the main Stark Z. We're not even getting anywhere. Trying to get the onboarding process like a short form content video, and let's just get them hooked. Hopefully, yep. No way you're adding follow feature. Yeah. I'm pretty. One of the reasons why I'm doing the follow feature is because of that the multi-boxing happening. Yeah. The main driving force for me is one. I'm doing support for following people on my spectator mode. And so if I ever wanted to, if I have to AFK or something and people are playing, I can /follow someone and it can just record some content for me while I'm AFK. So that's one of the driving forces for it. Yeah. Yep. There's a reason why, like you've seen, I have some pretty nice spectator controls, and it's come in really handy. Now it was like easy for me because vertical third already has a spectator set up, and I've like slowly improved my vertical third spectator mode. So like making small additions have been really really easy in that front. Alright, do I even get here? Let's add a breakpoint. Am I even getting to this part? Okay, I get there. What name is it pulling up? And then I suppose, let's do an append. Because it might be pulling a different name that I realize. That's smart for marketing. My spectre modes go GM mode and follow them around with the flying mode. Exactly. I mean, that's what I've been doing, right? Floating around, stalking people. And, okay, test character. Oh, the character name's not returning anything. Oh, I'm targeting the wrong thing. That should do it, I think. Alright, so my rotation's working. most of the way there. Clear the breakpoint. And then this obviously doesn't want to move, but I do need this. And then we will add movement input, the world direction. Of this. And then if the distance get both of these. Is less than, like, I don't know, let's try 150. We do not move forward. Or add movement input, controlled pawn. Come on now. We're almost there. Well, the rotation's working splendid. Maybe I have to cast this to a character instead. Cast to character. I don't know why that would make a difference. Controlled pawn. Why do you do this? Does it have to be on the actual controller or character? Let's test something. This is kind of how it should be anyways, but custom event. Actually, let's just do it how it should be done, which is through a auto follow, do an actor. Event auto follow. Dump all this stuff. Create the variable. Go to the controller. We're going to just nuke all this. No, actually, I can keep the event here. And then we do get controlled pawn, ROT, auto follow. Which then brings me over here. And where is the auto follow target? We can delete get controlled pawn. So let's give this a shot. Follow test character. No, oh, come on. What in the world? Okay, that's snapping, but still no movement. It's trying to move me? At the moment, it's moving me away. It's odd. Maybe we just need to up it a ton. Which is a little weird. Oh, you know what? I don't think I need this. I just need forward. Get actor rotation. Get forward vector. Yeah, get forward vector. What is that? What is what? Ruins of Tearyn. Ruins of Tearyn is my indie MMO I am building. And at the moment, I'm just putting in a auto follow ability or command. There we go. All right, got a little bit more leeway on range for sure. We gotta make it a bit smoother. So range can be like 300. And then maybe we can tone this down a tad. It's not insane. And then what we'll do is we will literally do a kind of a soft start, restart, just so if someone's like auto following while someone's sitting, it's not like spamming the server or the client. It's technically only the client doing it, so it's not really that big of a deal, but you write it in what? I mean, it's in blueprint code. So this is Unreal Engine. It has what's called their form of visual scripting is called blueprint code. And it's extremely powerful. Actually, Expeditions 33 was 95% blueprint code. So it's very, very strong. Right, so I think I might have to do the control rotation with this as well. Just because it's trying to strafe my character. It's a little wonky because of it. But yeah, so this is Unreal Engine, and this is just it's called Blueprint Code, and you know I'm 99.999% Blueprint Code. I have one C++ class to override a default function in Unreal. Right, so let's not do potentially set actor rotation. Instead, do let's get controller control set control rotation to here. Let's see if that's a little smoother. So Unreal Engine is free. It's basically it's revenue based, and so you know just the default deal is you can download and use it on Unreal anytime, and if you want to ship a product, once you start making money, you pay Unreal 5% of your revenue. Now, Unreal Engine has tons of indie programs that are pretty amazing. So like the first your first $1 million every year, you don't have to pay a cent to Unreal. If you're interested in like cost breakdown, I actually have a video on my YouTube there on like indie game revenue and why I go to Epic Game Store. All right, I think my autofollow is in. I just have to make the cancel code, which is pretty straightforward. And oh, I suppose I need to. Okay, here's the issue. So this is what I was trying to avoid. This code is on the player character. I need to make sure. I don't want to repeat this code. I suppose I could just put it on the spectator as well. So now I need to make it so when you hit a button, you also cancel. I hate doing these things sometimes. I don't like adding a lot of code here on these things, but it's kind of inevitable. If this is greater, or you should say equal or 2. Like .9. And we'll do this for 2 left. Nope, did not hook those up. But yeah, well, I think you two offered me this video because I'm interested in building my own game in C++. So Unreal Engine is also natively C++. So to the typical breakdown is like Unity is C#, Unreal Engine is C++, and then Godot, I think you can use multiple different languages. I don't fully understand how Godot works, but it also has like a GD script feature. But if you're looking to use C++, like Unreal Engine is the way to go. Out of all like the game engines available. And if you wanted like a breakdown, like a quick breakdown, I was hired by Epic. If you like, it's even though you want to use C++, it's good to know a lot of blueprint features. But my wife and I did the courses 5 through 8 on that for Coursera. And there's a few other authors that also worked on the first 4 courses. And so if you want like an intro to Unreal to get your kind of situated, I would highly advise you to go through that course. Again, I don't get monetary kickbacks in any way for that, so it's something that every author on that, every author poured their heart into that course. Why is this not canceling? I know it's because backpedal has different values. What? Oh, duh. Oh, I got a phone call. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Okay, I'm testing. I probably could just look this up. I'm kind of being a dope. Access, move backward, has back penalty. Oh, it's negative. Okay, I know I'm doing wrong. Okay, so a couple of these got to be changed then. So let's take this. All right, so move backward needs to be less than or equal to -9, and I believe it's the same for left. All right, Paxian, thank you for stopping by. Good to hear some of your progress in your game there. All right, canceled it. Cancel that. Also stopped it there. Okay. All right, the cancel of the auto follow was good. It feels smooth, so good on that. And yeah, this just has a little bit of prevention of, you know, spamming requests. So we do a slight disable. So if they actually like get to a camp or something, they're just sitting around or they're in town, we don't have any reason to just spam code that we don't need to. Tidy that up a little bit. Now, I can probably just I don't like the idea of duplicating the code. And so I might go back to what I was previously doing, because my spectator mode has a lot less features, and I don't want to have to put the character interface on the spectator mode. And it's going to be, I believe, the same code. So once again, I think I'm going to go back to the controller, because the controller doesn't change. And let's see if this just works this way. And then custom event. And then we do not need get controller here, but we do need get controlled pawn. And let me see if the follow works still. It doesn't look like it. Okay, there we go. Cool. All right, cool. We figured it out. All right, good. And so now we're going to delete this code. Go back to this. We do not need the interface anymore as well. Make sure all these compile properly, because this code should now also work for the spectator without having to add additional code. So let's give that a try. So hit spectator. I think I can show nameplates, right? F6. Okay. Follow. Test character late. All right, so in this situation, so I need to make some adjustments based on if it's a spectator or not. Which then goes back to, it's probably fine to have different code on each one. All right, well, okay. Okay. Back to the character. Event auto follow. And the player controller still has this, so we are going to just get the so I think if I do get character type, that's all, yeah, so I believe spectator will come up as none, I believe. Let's just give this a quick check. Oh wait, that's the target. That's not what we currently are. Yeah, this makes a bit more sense now. And I'll just do a different interface function for each one. Even though the code's allows you to have a little bit more nuance for a player experience versus a spectator experience, so it does kind of make more sense. Yeah, let me just double check this. Okay, so follow test character 198. I'm a player. If I spectate, follow test character 198. I'm done. Okay. And so this we don't need. We'll do a switch. We will set the autofollow target. And then we will do get controlled pawn. OT autofollow. Before we do that, we'll identify this further. Autofollow character. Compile all these. Character. With the target being the autofollow target. And then we need a spectator. Go get the spectator. Okay, I don't even have an interface yet for spectator. Interface, character, spectator. 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 Okay. We add the interface. Implement the event. Now we can basically copy the code here. But we're going to have different controls for this. So the distance is going to be like probably 1250. And then we actually want to do all rotations, not just Z value. We probably don't want to add world direction in Z for spectator mode. We'll have to test this. And back to the controller. If we're none, ROT auto follow spectator. And let's give her a try. And ban a span bot. Alright, this should be back to normal. Okay. Easy peasy. Oh, I did not want to quit. And now we're going to do the spectator mode. If I just move this little character around, have that nice kind of flowy camera going. And this one I want to do a little bit less pausing. Yeah. I actually probably don't even want to pause at all on the spectator. I'll just do like .2 or something. Actually, you know what? Let's just not pause at all. Purely because this is not just for like players spectating. This is mostly for, in fact, eventually spectator mode will be, not even allowed on clients. Let's get the full experience here. Can actually turn off. Just do character names there. Spectator mode complete. Well, improvement complete. I keep adding features for the spectator mode. And then if you want to just be higher up, the spectator mode won't bring you down or anything. So you can kind of not having it like move Z value lets you control the angle. And so I can shift downwards here. I could go down more. Cool. Now I just need to do the same thing with the movement here. Is move backward, move forward, move right. Okay. Should be the last test on this thing. Just need to make sure that if I hit a button, it stops the auto follow on spectator. I'm just testing every key. It's working. Nice and smooth. Good old camera controls, gameplay capture. I actually quite literally have a job pending for gameplay capture and trailer work. So good luck to me there. Okay, one thing off the checklist. Autofollow is complete. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll BRB. Alright, I'm back. Alright, now I have another adjustment, which should be pretty easy. Alright, zoom in camera. Now I have, I believe, let me go to my event graph. Set movement mode. It's perspective. So with vertical third, I cover a lot of different perspectives. And one of those is first person. So I think I can just go ahead and set the perspective mode. Let's try this out. So for those that don't know, EverQuest was a first-person MMO for the majority of its existence. You had options for camera controls to go third person, but they were not optimally controlled. Back to player input. And so if we hit zoom in, okay, so the minimum will be like 250, maybe 150. Then we'll just add if this is equals or less than the minimum. You'll set perspective to first person true. False. Now I might need to not do this. What is my default? It's just third person. All right, so zoom in. We would never need to do that there. So that's one thing. And then if we go to zoom out, it's like the opposite. If it's greater than the zoom mid. Third person. I might have to do like a do oncey thing on this, but Okay. Zoom in. If it is less than or equal to the minimum, we do target is not self, it is owner. Or is it? No, it is. What am I missing here? Perspective mode. I'm going to test this first. Yeah, that's fine with the helmet. So obviously that's not positioned properly. Or maybe it is, and I just have to hide the helmet. So set perspective mode. So if it's true, I'm going to get children for each. If it is get attach socket name. If it is head, we're going to set it to set hidden to true, and go on from there. Okay, that did not work. What is the or is it? It's probably socket head, right? It is just head. that, really? Just head. If the attached socket name is head, do we actually get here? Okay. So why isn't it doing it? If I do set visibility instead. It's definitely doing it. It sees the helmet. It's trying to set the visibility. So why isn't it actually doing it? Why the hell is the zoom out not working? Zoom out. Oh, okay. We do this and that. Alright, so I need to make a few adjustments too. So somehow, am I actually just seeing? Okay, so I'm thinking it's the helmet, but it's not the helmet. It's the character. And at the moment, the first person snap is not really going where I want it to. So I'm going to just disable this for now. I don't think I'm not even using gender right now because I don't have my own character models really. So do this and this. So we're making sure we're only using this. Maybe an X of 15 instead of 5. Let me just see if this is actually doing anything. So I'm going to do like 55 and 555. Okay. So it is working. I'm like way off there. Okay. So that means that something's not quite working. So this was a different, this was not, so if I do 500, this is not putting me the way I'm expecting it to go. Right, so that is to the left. And this is probably up. I'm not sure what way that is. I guess that's forward. I'm so confused. Okay, so this is to the left again. What? Oh, I'm a dork. I'm a dork. I forgot to zero out the other one. Alright, so this seems like forward. Yeah. And then this is up. That is down, weirdly. The socket must be really, really weird. So maybe 15. Let's just try 15. That's pretty good. Let's see my character. Whoa, what the hell happened there? I think I need to disable mouse look and whoa. It's an interesting point of view. Why is when I cast it messing up? Like, it's definitely feeling like a cool feature to have, especially um, the true first person. I really like this a lot, actually. I know it's a random feature to include, but so I can tab target, but as soon as I hit a button, and even if I hit cancel, if I get like, out of combat, does it bring me back? So why is it doing that? Why is casting? Is it a field of view thing? Alright, I'm going to do this real quick. I mean, it's got to be something here. If I disable that, and then I do this. Okay, it's not that. Oh, is it the button release? Interesting. Release. It could just be field of view. Alright, so let's disconnect that completely. Alright, so this does nothing. But the click does. So something with the click in the player character is causing this. On the input graph. It could be the mouse look. So we're going to get perspective mode. If we're in first person, for mouse look, we're going to do absolutely nothing. Okay, I can click again. There we go. Cool. That's kind of cool. Maybe need a tiny bit of more positioning. Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot, actually. Yeah, I need to make sure that. So when we go into third person now, some modifications here. All those are the same. So that's whatever. Audio listener, whatever. Toggle crosshair, whatever. We're going to set the target arm length to arm length. Or zoom. Hmm. So we're snapping it to 900. If we're so we come in here, get perspective mode. And we do a switch here maybe. And if we're in yeah, maybe I just no longer for in first person. Yeah, so we can do, all we need to do here is that. I think that's all I need to do. And then I need to obviously set, whoa, that's weird. And I can remove the, I don't think I need to set control rotation or actor rotation anymore. Yeah, that's much better. I can probably do, zoom in, maybe like 100. And then for the player, the default arm length will be 900. Back to normal. Zoom in. That's about right. I'll go just a hair out more, and hopefully it'll fix that issue. Like 20 maybe. Yeah, that seems to have done it. It might obviously have a lot of issues with different uh, we're going to do the opposite of this. Third person, go here. Then we go here. And set them back to visible. And I think there's something else. Alright, so helmet's staying on now. You can't see your combo points, but alright, so when I'm zooming out, it's snapping my control rotation down still. I don't need. Okay, so on the input, I think we do this. So if we're third person, we're doing that. Then only if we're, just for the sake of this, I'm just going to single this out. Only if we're third person. Oh, this is zoom in. So yeah, there's no reason to do any code on zoom in for first person. So I can leave this blank. On zoom out, does zoom in. So zoom in is done. And then if we get close enough, we flip to first person. And then on zoom out, we don't need any of this. We do this. We're going to copy this and have a custom way over here. And then if we're already in third person, we don't need to check for any of the other stuff. So when we're third person and we're zooming out, we do not need to check to set ourselves to third person. And that should stop some random quality things. So like I'm zooming out, zooming in. It's not doing anything. That's trying to execute any code. They zoom in. Now I'm here. Zoom out, and we're good. All right, first person mode added. That's cool. I'm happy with that. It might screw up a little bit, but you know, we'll get there. But I really wanted that a little bit. If you wanted a little bit of that, there's times where you just can't zoom in enough, especially when you get into like dungeons and stuff. Sometimes the first person mode will be actually very handy. So the next part I want to do is actually swap how my combo points are being generated. I'm going to do a quick, let's update stuff. Do a quick submit here. Okay. And I don't need you guys for now. I'm going to go to the input component. And we're actually going to pull out I think it's success. We're going to pull out the increment. this just pass through for now. And instead of doing that, okay, we're going to have it right here. Now let me guess that one maybe. I don't know why my target dummy is not spawning with brain health, but okay, that's what I want. Yeah, this is so much better. Oh my gosh. All right, yeah, I'm really starting to figure out this combat system. And so the really big feeling I wanted to in like kind of solidify with my combo symbol system is that you want to auto attack. You want to sit there and auto attack and wait for the right opportunity to cast a spell. That's really what it's being refined down to. And now you can auto attack and have the choice of using a combo 1, a combo 2, or a combo 3, because you can wait for the right moment in time to use that. And that is exactly what I'm looking for to do with my system. Yeah, so what is going on? Why let me go look at what just gonna pull up the enemies. Which AI am I spawning for the crazy health things? Is there like a health override? So weird. I'm tripping. I'm tripping, yo. Is it a custom level thing? Hello, Delta Dan. Thank you for that. So I'm working on just a bunch of things. So we just did a playtest on this weekend. Actually, most of February, almost every weekend, I did some playtesting. And so I'm just going through a bunch of my notes on this month. I'm probably going to try to plan for a bigger playtest at the end of the month. So I'm diving deep into a bunch of the things I wanted to fix up. And so one of the things was just a simple autofollow um, that I've just implemented today. So I can just type follow test character 194, and they follow as you expect. Um, they would follow. I also have a spectator mode for like content and things, and just moving stops it. I also just implemented um, we've been working on this for about a year, but it's like it's not even part-time work at this point. Um, so we started in like November of 2024. That was a lot of we are actually tech creators, and we created Vertical Third. It got 100K from Epic Mega Grants. So we created that from 2019 to 2022, and so that is basically a giant game architecture. And obviously, we built it in mind of a future MMO because we met on the World of Warcraft, and MMOs are obviously very dear to our heart. And so obviously, a lot of that work we did previously has made a huge impact on building it quickly. And so we have a couple little, if you're interested in like the game dev side of things. Um, I have my whole. I did a video on my tech stack on how we're building it from a tech perspective. On our Vertical Third channel, we have a whole game architecture. Now, like this is the game architecture video is good for anyone building a game, no matter what engine you're using. But there's a lot of we use Vertical Third as a reference on how we organize our project and break everything down to make it really clean effectively. And so our work on Vertical Third itself has dramatically sped up our process. Even when we started in November, November, December, or whatever, we actually went on the Inside Unreal. We went on Inside Unreal like a few months after we started the project, showing our kind of actual breakdown of or game direction. I don't know if this account doesn't have Prime or whatever, but it's there. Like just our overall game direction. We went on Inside Unreal for it. We worked for Epic in the past on education content for Unreal. We did the Coursera Epic Game Design Professional Certificate on Coursera. We did courses 5 through 8. And so we've been playtesting throughout the year. Last year, again, probably like 3 months-ish of full-time work, maybe, we put into the product, into Ruins of Tearyn. It looks awesome. I'll definitely give it a look. I'm a game dev myself. Yeah. So lots of stuff. I'm trying to create more content. I'm trying to up my YouTube game. I'm lacking there a lot, which is sort of preventing me from getting more playtesters. And so we're at a stage where we're kind of figuring out our core systems. And so we're not really doing too much with the level. We have a pretty solid level design for our first level. And then eventually we're going to get to building out our first dungeon. But we have like the flow of character select. You log in. We have a client. We actually do everything through the Epic Games launcher. I have a video on why we're using the Epic Games Store launcher as TLDR. It's money. But our so-called like patcher launcher is just through the Epic Games Store. So whenever we do have a play test, you just come here, download the demo, and you can jump in, and it's all free. It's just come down here and download the demo. So we're looking for wish lists, that type of thing. And then it's you have a client, you log into character select, create your character, log into the main world server, and then we do have a raid boss in a second zone. So there's that like zone to zone transfer as well. We're taking a very like keep it stupid simple approach to our like tech stack in a way, and that compounds even more with already having vertical third as our base. Um, and so like today, because vertical third comes with multi perspectives, I was very easily able to like. So if you didn't know, I'm not sure what your MMO background is, but EverQuest was a first-person MMO. A lot of people don't realize that because it's been updated to be like more third person, but you would actually come in first person. And so I was like, you know what, sometimes when you're trying to get around monsters, you're like stuck in shrubbery like this. Well, you know what? I'm going to make a first person mode. And because we had true first person already implemented into vertical third, it was very, very easy to do. So we have so I just put in a true first person kind of mode, which kind of feels kind of cool. I'll probably have to figure out a way to like smooth out some head shake and stuff, but um, is it anything like LOL? I'm currently playing that right now. So I also play League of Legends. This is an MMO though, like an MMORPG, and so we say it's like EverQuest and WoW had a baby type thing. Um, and then, but we also kind of have the caveat that like we're trying to modernizing it as well, and so we are trying to make something that's very uniquely ours and not like too cookie cutter to the nostalgia factor of it. And so like we will feel very different compared to um, some of the other like EverQuest inspired games out there, like Monsters and Memories and Pantheon, and we all have our like little niches that and design philosophies that we like, and they have things that they're going to do, and we have the things that we're going to do. As a random aside, if you're playing League of Legends, this is my LOL account. I'm a I'm a AP Shaco player, um, and so I did a big push at the end of last season, at the start of this season, to try and get. I have 3 different accounts as I'm one tricking, but I was going to say if you're looking for someone with to help with asset creation, I have a bachelor's and master's in game design. I'm currently a lecturer and freelance developer for any company, but I'm always looking for more work. Yeah, right now we have a whopping budget of $0. We're probably our budget is probably -dollars right now. So unfortunately, we don't even pay ourselves at the moment, and uh, we uh, we are looking for funding and stuff, but it's pretty tight in this market right now, and yeah, it's gonna take a bit of time for a week before like this. Like I'm you sure like you're in the industry. Uh, yeah, we're just like we're really to do free work and volunteer stuff. Like we need some legal agreements to do stuff like that, right? And so we're not just entirely on board with doing that just yet. And so um, we're just kind of chipping away at it. And like it's an MMO, we're going to keep working on it as we can. Um, Plus, it's just a little bit of the overhead and production hassle of stuff. And like we don't even know our official direction with our art style, right? So we're using marketplace content for now. Like this is my first little test character that I did, um, and just to kind of like I want eventually want to have that good feeling of progression where you equip different pieces of gear and you can see it on your character. And we're trying to do elevated low poly, right? And so what that is, I don't know yet. So we have a little bit of discovery work ourselves to figure out. Um, and it's going to be stylized. It's going to probably have a like you can see the outline stuff we're doing, even on the Cinti character stuff. Um, you've probably seen Cinti Studio characters plenty, right? And so we're doing a little bit of cell shading here and there. Got the little bit of the outline going on. Um, so we're trying to find ways to distinguish a unique art style. We have like 2D loot on the ground. But like all our foliage and stuff is also lootable, you know, and interactable, like very New World-ish. And so there's things we're like just stepping into, but at the moment that it's just um, too much of a hassle right now to try and get people. No, I get that. I know starting a game, especially today, is tricky, especially with funding. So I like helping work on. Yeah, it's also just the legal stuff. Like I don't want anyone to. I don't want to take I don't want to have people do work that's not paid or has some sort of agreement that you get something later on, or like, cause like, you know, if you don't sign a waiver that says, or a legal document that says, hey, all the work I do for you is yours, yada yada yada, then, I'm not saying you would, but people would have the right to take their work back, type thing. And so I don't want. I just, there's enough drama in the world. There's enough drama in just life right now that it's more of a worry and concern that I don't want to. I don't want to have to worry about it. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I don't want to have to do these things. And then there is the reality that we just don't get funding for Tearyn, and then like it all goes to waste. And so because we're pretty much barely a year in, I don't want to have people kind of do that type of thing. Okay. So, but yeah, I really appreciate the offer though. That's very nice of you. The thing I'm working on now is, so I've been refining. So like the first, I had a video I did about 2 weeks ago or so on the first direction of our combat, and you can find that video here, Indie MMO combat. And after playing this weekend, or like the last 2 weekends, I've really kind of came up with the next the next push for iteration, and um, so it's the whole idea here is I want you to auto attack to give you choices with your abilities. And so in some reflection to LoL players, I want you to have more abilities with less buttons. And so the original system, so if you look here, we have a little blue orb, and that's where references your combo points. But you can mix and match abilities to use those combo points. So I could use a combo point 1 blink, a combo point 2, well, it doesn't do it now because I switched my system up, but it used to increase. Every time you used ability, it would increase, and then basically you could do like teleport, dot, fireball, and give you an area effect fireball, versus your first fireball will always be like just a basic fireball. But now your auto attack is going to start increasing your combo point, and it'll reset once it gets to 3. So now you have the choice of auto attacking and then using your big fireball at 3. Red means you have a crit loaded up. And this is giving you like the agency to use a spell at the right time at the right moment, while making sure you auto attack to get those stacks up. And the thing we're pushing it a little bit further into, like taking in some of that WoW inspiration of different ranks will have different mana efficiencies. And so a rank 1 spell is always going to be the most efficient, but it's going to do less. Whereas a rank 3 spell is going to do the most, but it's going to be less efficient. And so now I have the choice of, what type of fireball do I want to do. I can save it right here, and then I'd be like, oh, okay, I want to do maybe a really big area effect. So I'm going to go now do a giant area effect. Boom. And start attacking again and decide what I want to do next. And I can do my big dot type thing. I don't know why this stupid target dummy doesn't want to start with the proper health. Maybe it's because it's not level 1. There we go. Okay. Hmm. You could technically not auto attack. Interesting. I don't know if I want that. Do I keep you at 3 combos? No, it has to use them. Or your own League of Legends sandbox, like the League of Legends IP in a MMO world, or uh, like a top-down third-person game that's more open-ended, like was it Albion Online? A game built exactly like League of Legends, the same characters, but I can make my own champions and even add back in old ones with all items and ruins. Yeah, the MOBA industry is like, believe me, I've had a lot of, like I said, I play LOL. I've had a lot of thoughts on how to approach that. It's so expensive to do, um, to break into the market, to the MOBA genre. It's really tough to do, to peel people away from their core game, and you have to have some sort of. I truly believe if you can create a better community, you could probably copy pasta League of Legends and win with a better community. Um, so if you can create that environment, however way, it'd make a huge impact. Not something to publish, just to have and play about with. Yeah. Um, um, like a what if release Poppy had 2026 ruins and items? Yeah. I actually played the early Poppy. Well, I really liked early Karma. I'm kind of sad with what they did with Karma. I liked like the shield felt better. The fan wave felt better with healing and stuff. Um, I actually have a super old clip of Karma, my gameplay videos. Um, it's like ancient. Let's see if I still have it. That's not this account. I have to go. I don't know where it is, but I have an ancient video from my Karmas plays. Yeah, I played. So I played from pretty hardcore from 2011 to around 2015. 2015 is when I started my company in the games industry. We jumped in cold turkey. Um, basically went on sick leave, went on health leave at work. I was in IT support at the time. Um, while I was on health leave, the office closed down shortly after the company collapsed, and then we're like, okay, let's go do our own company, and we started our journey into the games industry. and it's been a roller coaster, to say the least, as a lot of times it is. And do I do this here as well? Maybe I just always reset it. Yeah, I don't do this. What I do is set it back to 0. I think this is my more intended. And, you know, the unfortunate factor is, yeah, we're in America. That was 2015, you know, it was basically, it was severe central sleep apnea is what it was. And so I basically for years wasn't even getting sleep. And it took a few months, once I found out about it, it took a few months to recover. I mean, technically it took like a few years to recover fully, but um, yeah. All right, I think I got this down. Um, yeah, and so. Oh, you took away my voice here. You know, life is life. It has its turns. You gotta roll with the punches. And, you know, we've had. It sucks too, because this is the industry. Like, I'm unemployed right now. It just sucks that, like, we've had a lot of success in our careers. It just hasn't translated to necessarily a lot of financial success or, you know, secure jobs. And that, unfortunately, is a large part of the just industry in general. There's not a lot of job security, and it really, really sucks for a lot of us in the industry right now. And um, it's just kind of how it is. But like we got 100K from our mega grants, right? But we also live in California, so you know, rent, cost of living, and hardware ate that entire up. If it's anything like the UK, I'm assuming the industry is vicious at the moment. It's garbage right now. It's a giant trash chute. Um, yeah, it's just there's like every job has hundreds of people applying to it, if not thousands. There was a George Lucas job I applied to for. It was a George Lucas has a foundation for education. There's a like a one singular programmer position that opened up, and it had like 1 to 4,000 applications or something crazy like that. Um, and it's like it's just tons of that stuff. The everything out there is just like um, so many people, and then it becomes you know tons of stuff eating away at you know filtering your resumes through AI and filtering your resumes through this, and so you're constantly having to redo your resume. Um, and yeah, it sucks. But that's one of the reasons why like I'm trying to create a project that could hopefully sustain myself. but also and like get a good publishing deal for. Like we already have like I have other smaller projects that I've pitched for funding as well. Um, but the number one thing that just it doesn't really resonate. Like we've created the vertical third, we created this big tech product, but I think it just doesn't resonate with publishers and stuff right now. That we haven't proven it with an actual released game in any way that it can do what it can say it can do. So it doesn't bring a lot of value in a pitch deck because it's so hard to portray why is it good tech, you know. And so that's kind of one of our big goals with Vertical Third is, or Ruins of Tearyn, is if we can showcase how good it runs on a multiplayer, real environment, dedicated server in the cloud, and prove all the different features it can do, all these different things. And then the last one, which is what, you know, publishers want the entire cake right now. Can we get a community together and show that they're following us type thing? And that's like wish lists and potentially like I believe I could get a lot of advantage or some sort of leeway with Epic if I had 200 to 300 people in a single dedicated server on our tech, and who knows what could happen there. Maybe it's just another mega grant, you know, who knows. But company I work for in the UK hired me, said I was doing great, failed my probation after Christmas, sacked me in February last year, and rehired me in July. That's pretty much the sums up the games industry perfectly right there. Um, when we were on the Coursera project, like so first we got hired to do some just as like freelancers for just random content stuff that they needed to do. Epic had at the time just stuff they didn't want personally made by them. They would contract out for really kind of low priced, but they would give it out to authors to do post on their forums and stuff for tutorial content. So that's where we initially got this boba shop stuff. This is the first thing we got hired to do, and it's just the 3D modeling tools in Unreal Engine. And it's very, very, very like first time 3D modelers type course. It's actually done in UFN. Um, During that time, as we're basically about to record, Epic had their 1,000-person layoff. Um, and so we didn't even know if we were still eligible for work. And our entire team we were working with, the entire education team, pretty much, at Epic, the vast majority of them got laid off as well. So we didn't know if we had a job, any type of work coming in, and then our points of contact were basically cut off. And yeah, that's just the industry. So much fun. And then we worked our asses off for the Coursera project, hoping we'd have follow-on along work, and that was big. So, but again, the Coursera project we did, it's one of those things that you just do for low pay and good reputation value, and so that's kind of why we did it. We put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into it. And that's this thing here. And so we did the last 4 courses. There's some great authors over here. My wife and I did these ones. Yeah. Okay. What am I slowly twiddling away at here? So auto attacks increase your off combo points. Oh, I do need to start doing my patch notes. before I forget about what I'm doing. Um, Discord, I hate when you zoom down for no bloody reason. Okay. Next patch. Coming soon. But yeah, I'm really like right now I'm just trying to push to get this thing, get Ruins of Tearyn, potentially some small content creator. We really just want to stress test our servers to get a couple hundred people in and just see what happens. And if we have good stability, like we can really turn some heads. Because we're doing like WoW Classic style layering. So once a zone gets to a certain degree of people, we just open up another one and have people going to that one. So it's not like in every zone is its own server. So we don't ever have to worry about maintaining 5,000 people online with one server. Everything's segmented into its own thing. And so you don't have to worry about massive server stability. It's just about zone by zone server stability. Okay, camera. Auto follow can now be used with the /follow player name command. Auto follow works in spectator mode. Zooming in through scroll wheel will snap to true first person. Zooming out will snap back to third person. Combat. Auto attack now increases your combo points using ability resets combo to 0. And that's all I have at the moment. Fixed bug. Bug fixes. Registry of Chronicles doesn't hide reward track anymore. Why can I not? Oh, just enter? What? Why can't I hit? There we go. Alright. I have a game concept that I want to try and make into a story game. Do you reckon for someone with little coding knowledge would be better in Unity or UE5? So I always suggest Unreal. So I started with like just HTML knowledge, but I just went into the blueprint coding stuff. If you're starting to wanting to get into game stuff, I really actually suggest taking our courses. And you can start with you can start with ours at the very beginning if you want. If you go to the 8-course series, and I think this is completely free. It displays it weird, like starts March 3rd. It starts whenever you want it to. But you can start at course 5. It just does like project setup stuff. In the last course, we bring you through 6 different game modes, and one of those is story. And it gives you like a lot of different game mechanics. Where is it? Yeah, I think it's this one. So it's game mechanics. So it gives you a huge broad aspect of different game mechanics you could use for multiple things. And so it's very like it's very broad. It's not too deep, but it gets you to um, let me pull up one of my um, I'll pull up the I think I have some of my videos here. This one. I'm trying to find the. So this one was, I think, I don't think you can hear that, but this was like stealth survival, and obviously like we don't teach you to build that map exactly with just the free assets that we have, and this is what gameDEVbeauty did with the project and her stuff. Oh, that one's stealth survival. I think this one's action combat. That one's stealth survival. This is crafting, so like I'm making some sort of Minecrafty thing. Teaches the basics for those type of things. Um, Platformer, Mario-ish. Did a capture the flag game that you build. There's some AI bots and stuff. And this is the story version. You're just walking around and like you'll see like it has some nice. Oh, it didn't show it. Okay, whatever. Game modes. So here's the action. This is action combat. And then capture the flag. Hello, children. So like jump pads and stuff, dodge rolls, crafting. Here, so there's the like story mode, like doing different camera work for story mode and stuff, like how you manage some of your story methods and stuff. And then it's like I think we do some chopping down trees to get resources and again these are very there's some like basic crafting stuff and how you'd go about doing those different crafting things. Yeah, then there's platformer. There's like little bounces, jumping on things to kill stuff, kill zones. I have like three or four ways of doing stealth survival and things. Um, their story mode is also like very puzzle oriented. Like here's like there's typical talking stuff, but then there's like just clicking on different objects and things to do puzzle stuff that you would expect in some sort of story game, like a and then like teleports the player if you touch it. Like just random stuff like that that you'd expect in a puzzle game. So it's just a really it's a very very broad perspective on basic mechanics that you can just get in to start prototyping, right? Like that's the number one is start prototyping your stuff, and you get all these different mechanic tools to try different things. And tiny bottle Nutella. Oh my gosh, so amazing. My children came home from a walk. Um, and then from there, once you figure out like your core, like it's so much about prototyping your first idea out, and then figuring out if that's fun or not, and then refining your systems from there. And so I give you tons and tons of different, like I teach you how to do combat, teach you to do random story things, and then like puzzle mechanics and platform mechanics, and like you can take all those and you can combine them all together or not use some, and um, there's a lot of things like that that you can kind of figure out. All right, auto text. Okay, I did that. Crypt base. I'm definitely going to. I'll keep it. I'm going to. All heads should have actions. I'll leave that for a second. I still don't know about that one. Maybe. And yeah, that's going to take a bit of work. I'm doing some light stuff today. Yeah, it's a really good intro. It's presented to people that are very new to the engine. So it's really walks you through it. The only one caveat that's a pain in the ass is that technology moves so fast. That was done with like 5.3, I think. And right as the Corsair program launched, they closed down the marketplace and then opened up the fab.com. And so it's kind of unfortunate, but like some of the free assets we found, might not be available to you at this point. But there's also like the third course is like just game theory in general and understanding polish, understanding user experience. So there's some theory there involved. Same thing with the first course. There's some like art direction theory, color theory, things like that. And then some light UI work in the second module too. So it's like kind of like it tries to. We built those last 4 courses to all kind of lead up to prototyping stuff, and so that's what we kind of tried to teach you through things on, especially as like a complete beginner, to the. And like I had one guy recently come into my stream and said like, "Oh my God, I've been redoing that course constantly because I'm so frustrated with all these other tutorials online that are just like broken or half-assed and things." And you guys just did such a good job on making sure it's like consistent and flows really well. It's one of those things that I actually really enjoy doing education content. It's the payment, dude. Like I need somewhere to pay me to actually properly make content, and I can do it. Otherwise, it's just like it's a huge time investment, and you don't get much payment out of it. And get reputation value, which is stuff we love. But right now, we gotta focus on the income side of things. I can't tell you how much I want to do my own whole series of Blueprint multiplayer. Um, like that would be a lot of fun to do. And even my own series on my own tech too. Just like my tech is $20 right now, right? And so to get started, and I'd love to just create a whole series on like build a first-person shooter with vertical third, build you know, build an RPG with vertical third, do this with vertical third. Yeah, I mean, we've tried Patreons and stuff in the past. Just um, I don't know if we just don't have enough big enough voice or what, but um, we just haven't been able to really grow it. We're always it's just indie life, like you're pulled in every direction. Like we're trying to find jobs. We're trying to build games and build like we're like Ruins of Tearyn are our big product, right? We also have smaller scale products we've pitched. And then you gotta build pitch decks for all those and submit them to publishers. Um, trying to network with people, trying to stream, trying to create YouTube content, all these different things. And You're just constantly pulled in every direction, you know? Um, randomly, I don't know if I could pull off an educational Kickstarter. Um, I don't know if education content works that way on Kickstarter. Um, Even if it's just a year's salary of, um, like, hey, can I get 100K to make like the ultimate blueprint multiplayer course? I don't know. Um, Something like that. I don't know if does education content even work on Kickstarter. I don't even know. It's a random thing to try. I don't know. Yeah, it's just so hard. It's always so much effort to do everything. You know, it's tough. And like just in the case of like Ruins of Tearyn, just getting I mean, I know it's a little bit different, but just getting playtesters has been a huge challenge for Ruins of Tearyn. Um, like we get a lot of one-off people, and we've had like 20 different countries log in to our playtesting, but it's very very hard to get playtesters to come in. All right, I need a quick sound for when you explore an area. Um, I think it was okay. Client request, expiration update. Do I have a client call? Okay. All right. Let's find a sound. I mean, you made me think a little bit on the fact of like, um, what could I potentially do on a Kickstarter campaign or something like that, for education. It's just I'm so strapped with time. It's just what it is. It's like, do I invest in tutorial content that may or may not get me anywhere, or do I invest my time into a game project that also may or may not get me anywhere? And it's just like it's always like a balance of what ifs, and um, both projects right now have potential for getting money in. One has a bit more. I would say the MMO maybe has a bit higher of a chance with a publisher and investment and stuff, but even that's a little bit scary, like a far fetched because of how the industry is. But um, one thing 2020 taught me: stop overthinking. It won't work because you never know. That's been our philosophy with Ruins of Terra. Like, I'm so proud of the team at Project Gorgon because they've stuck through everything and they they're finding a lot of success right now with their launch at the end of January. And I'm hoping it helps me because they were a husband-wife duo, and we're a husband-wife duo. So I'm hoping that helps me a lot with my funding journey. But just the middle ground for where Ruins of Tearyn sits is around like 2 million. 3 million would be even better. And like the 500K to 3 million mark is like, that's where it's most dead for funding. And then above that is like you have a team of like 10 AAA people breaking off somewhere doing stuff. Hmm.
Who'd like the first shot?
Sparrow. I don't want Sparrow. Crop out. Hmm. 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 I don't think you guys can hear this. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. It's way too long. I'm just playing with sound effects for Maybe. Alright, sure. Pop these over here. Take all these. Pitch .5, .25. Random. Modulator. This will be pitch .4 to .5. Volume .25, .35. V3RD. Alright, and then I'm going to also do get the owner, get user interface component, and a switch message. You have explored a new area. And let's go back up here. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the override? Oh. I did not actually run the function. And just because there's no reason to do this up here. It's like it's a quest little drum thing, but oh, I didn't change the name of it. Okay. What? Oh, I know what happened. I forget. Basically, when I log out, it saves my location, so it's popping me right back into the actual exploration zone before my data was set properly. There we go. It did a little faint noise. I can bump up the volume a little bit. 5, volume in. Do like .5 to .6. And one last test. Oh, I may have screwed it up again. Cool. Oh, the real life noise. I'm sure the dogs are randomly going bonkers. I do have a special needs child. That might have been her iPad and stuff. But we have 2 dogs over there as well. Okay. Save all. I'm going to put that, I'm going to delete that there. Put it in my patch notes, in Discord. Sound added, and player message on screen when you find a new area. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to check on my kiddo. I'm going to probably start heating up some beans because I have a pot of beans that I did homemade. BRB. Alrighty. Next up, let me think here. The moose was a little weird. Moose. I think I just need to do the follow. Talk 125. Yo, thank you for the support on Ko-Fi, yo. Thank you. Thank you so much, Danny. That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, Delta Dan. Really appreciate that, man. And I'll add you on LinkedIn there. Why is sent interrupt? Alright, that's a little better. Basically, the moose move to range was too much, too short, so the nose would be sticking like in through your body. And the attack range is what? Should be fine, but yeah. All right. Next up, So I fixed the moose range. Put that in combat, or my patch notes. Okay, XP rates for low-level characters. That's another one, which should be pretty easy. So, add experience. So we're gonna have to add a add experience. So add experience. Probably just this actor. Okay, so or maybe I change it to. This is probably better. Grant experience. Yeah, so this is where we decide the XP value. This is where I'm supposed to do it. There. So now we need a level difference value. So here we're getting the level value difference, or the who receives experience. Down here we're getting the XP bonus. We're dividing across the team. And so this is where we need to modify individually. So these are going to be all players, because it's team members and people on the threat meter. We're going to get the character level, or get experience component. Oh, I do already. Cool. 1 second. All right. XP. So we're granting experience to this character. We're going to get character level. Just bring this all the way down here for now. And then we're going to get the character level of this character. So I guess we will just subtract. And we will do a temp local variable of level difference. And then if the level difference is less than 0, we will take the XP value. So if it's less than 0, it'll be like, say, like -3. We're just going to get the absolute. And for now, we'll subtract, I don't know. We'll get the absolute. If it's not less than 0, we'll just give basic experience. We won't do anything bigger. If it's less than 0 is true, we will get the absolute. We'll multiply this by 25. And then we'll take the XP value. Need another temp. I'll do just experience value final. Or experience value. Just ROT. Its value. Level difference. And we're going to clamp. Max will obviously just set to whatever. But so if it's basically, if it's 3 levels below you, times 25 is 75, so value, you know, if we get the value and it's 100 or whatever, minus 75, it's going to be 25. So subtract this. Here's the value. And so we get 5 extra XP, so 75 base XP. So by natural, if it's something 3 levels below, it'll give 0. I've been lurking while watching some vids. How is it going? Good. Let me finish my thought here, and I'll show you the couple updates. So I'm just nerfing high levels grinding low level mobs. Um, and so so if you had a level 10, it'd be 10 times 5 is obviously 50 plus 75, right? You'd be getting 125 experience. Every level below you, you were going to minus 25. So if they're 5 levels below you, 5 times 25, you get nothing, pretty much. So just a little bit of nerfing of grinding low level mobs, effectively, because they're just so easy to kill at that point. Um, and let's do a calculation. So if you're level 5, so 5 again, 5 times 5 is just 25 plus 75 base, it's 100. And something is like level 1, you're getting 0 XP pretty much. So yeah, that all works. And now let's test it, I suppose. This is level 1. I have to check my level. Just to show you real quick. So the couple changes I did was obviously the spectator mode, right? Or the auto follow. But the other thing I did was so like I think I talked to you about this a little bit, that EverQuest was actually a first-person game for the longest time, up until maybe WoW was coming out. They had a little bit better support for third person, but for the longest time, EverQuest was a first-person game. So, and when we experienced, when you might have been there, when we were playing, sometimes you get into foliage where you can't really see in third person. So I implemented the first person true form. It's called true first person perspective, where you can see your body if you look down and stuff. And so that's kind of what I did here, and you can see your hands like cast and stuff. Again, it's really easy to implement because vertical third. No, sometimes it's going to break because of that type of stuff, but that's when you just like scroll back out. Well, yeah, so it's a nice little touch, and like gives a little cool feeling. You get that walk around head bob. Like most true first person games will have a way of smoothing the head bob a little bit, and so it's something I'll have to improve on in the future. But yeah, I might be able to just throw on a little bit of camera lag, and maybe it smooths it out. But yeah, can still pick up loot, all that stuff. So you can still click on targets, and then you can just /follow. Test character 761. Oh, that was my character. I'm following myself at the moment. Okay. Follow character 630. And it's moving us nice and fine. I have a like little short delay if you get close to the person, just so you're not spamming stuff on the client. And then I can cancel that just by moving, hit spectate, and I can just move up here. And so it ended up being different code. Once again, I did the wrong character. 630. So now it tones down. And nice smooth camera. all I don't care if I'm following a player. And I had it so it doesn't adjust your Z value. And so if I ever want, it's kind of up to me while I'm spectating what type of Z value I'm looking for the shot. So I can hit space and shift to go up and down. And then obviously I have like other controls to like hide the nameplate and things. So nice and smooth. And then like hide the UI. So yeah. Again, I love these type of things. I'm really trying to make sure I'm ready for let me just kill this moose real quick. When I have my moment where tons of people are logged in, I can make the best trailer ever. And so this should pretty much give me no experience, I believe. $80 XP, that's wrong. I don't need to Windows. Okay. Is less than 0. Let's I'm doing the level difference calculations wrong. Uh, 16. Okay. Let's do the comparison first here. So is the character level greater than my level? Is there a quick? I don't know if there's a quick like compare int. Cool. I don't think that's what I want. Okay, so if the target, so this is the target. Let me comment this. Target or target player to get XP is here. And this is enemy target player level to get XP. This enemy's level. So if the player is a higher level than this thing, we're going to go do this calculation. If it's not, we're just going to go out here. So if the target player to get XP is a higher level than this enemy, if it's not, grant the full experience. If it is, we're going to get the player's level. We don't need to do anything here. We're going to get the player's level. We're going to subtract this person's level, the enemy character's level, to get the level difference. And then the level difference shouldn't be positive, always. All right, maybe that's what we want. Is that right? All right. So yeah, there it said like minus something. I think it was like minus 200 or something. Minus 220. So we get 0 experience. I mean, that may have been the problem. I may have not have updated the experience component part of this. Okay, get that up there. Some basic organization. That's my kiddo in the background. All right. So now it should at least show you that you get like 0 experience for this thing. Zero. Okay. And then let's just modify my level. Characters. Put myself down to, we'll start with, I guess, 6. So we can test a few different values. So I should still get 0 XP level 6. Alright, 0 XP. And then we go down to bring it up to level 2. I still think it'll give us 0 XP. Alright, still 0. Difference of 4 at the moment. And 3, so maybe I need to lower it a little bit. Because 3 levels below, you should probably still get, even 4 levels below, you should get something still, I would say. Alright, so 15. So yeah, let's lower it slightly. So instead of minus 25, we'll do like minus 15. So if we go back down to 2. That's 25. Okay. Then if we go to 3. It's 45. Okay. Yeah. I think I'm down with that. But if I put this to 1, it should be pretty much non-existent. Yeah, 5 XP pretty much. Difference of level 5 is pretty much nothing. And now just to test that. Oh, there's a dead spot. So if it's greater than the level difference is 0, so just be whatever. Oh wait, I do need greater than, equal, greater, equal. And so level 6 for 6 should grant the full, what? Around 100 XP. $105 XP. Perfect. And then one level above should also give 105. Could get my butt a little bit here. $110. Okay, and then just because I made a change, go back to 1. Five. Okay. And just for extra QA, once again, if it's the same or above, it's giving full. 1's giving the max reduction, so reduction of 5 levels. Right, beautiful. XP has been nerfed. XP is reduced by 15 for every level you are above the enemy. Defeating an enemy. All right. Just checking something on my phone real quick. All right. So we can do this real quick. I'm going to just duplicate this real quick. Button, map. Go to our root. Can I copy these? Copy. Yeah. And then negative 300. I think 315 is the number. Oh, 010 was the right. Nope, 305 was the right. Map. Do we have any map textures? That ain't what I wanted. Map. Paper. There we go. Good enough. Window target is going to be world map with the widget tooltip. I think that should just work right now. Yep. Why is that snapping back again? It's always to that, I don't know. I don't know why I'm fighting this. I do not need to fight this. Okay. This is to show that the world map exists. Yep. Oops. All right, the next thing I think I want to do is some flow stuff. So I'm going to work on flow, and then I'm going to work on the Monster Expeditions stuff, and get that system into play. So save all, just update the perforce. Do not want to disable engine content. Why is it prompting all that junk? Sometimes Poor Force does this where it just tags a bunch of random shit. Okay. And then I'm just going to restart the editor so those don't come up again. All right. So I'm going to I might pause the stream, get some food, and then been a 4.5 hour stream already, so yeah, I think I'm gonna pause my stream and then I'll come back a little later. With a kind of a fresh mind. So what I'm going to do is change the starting point of this entire zone to the tavern. This is going to be the new home. This is going to be the new starting area right here. And from there, I'm going to redesign the flow so everything is basically 1 to 10. Outside of maybe the undead area. And this is where the Fabled Expeditions system will come in, where you can upgrade each camp to a higher level. And so as you progress through the game, especially like giving this zone more time to be alive and like for people to progress, you can use the expedition system to upgrade these up even more and further camp them. But basically what I want is when I'm playtesting and stuff, I really want a lot of diversity in my pathing, and I want to be able to like you start a character, go to spiders. Start a different character, go to water elementals. Start a different character, go to animals. Like this type of flow, and just have a better set of choices on where to go. Because it is that difficulty of this thing of like, WoW was such a linear experience of you go here at this zone at this level, you just go from one place to the next, and it's very linear. There's usually a little path that takes you from one place to the next, whereas ours is going to be a lot more like it's going to be very different from that. It's going to be go to this place to go get these items and these loot type of experience, and I need to change the a little bit of the frame and the mindset here of because that's what we kind of started. We was like, oh, you start here, and then you flow down here, you flow down here, you flow down here. It's like trying to be that WoW style path of stuff. Whereas I need to think about a different. Yeah, the map will be the first thing I'll be pulling up to understand where I'm going to go in this game. Yep. And so it's going to be. It's going to take some thinking. I'll run through my design philosophy a little bit when I start my stream up again. I just really think about how I'm going to achieve this. So I don't really want to change the map much. Like I like the layout of the map. There's a lot of camp areas. So I need to rethink the flow And I might even need to move a lot of monsters around to facilitate this. We'll see. Yeah, this is gonna be a bit of a theory session to start with. Yeah, that's why I'm going to try something just completely different. Like I'm tired of starting over here. I don't like how it starts. It was never intended to be a starting area. It was just literally a random pick of a place to start. Um, and so you have to remember, like we started this map as like we literally started, if you like look at our announcement trailer and stuff, that was like a Cinti Studios default map. And then we just slowly iterated and iterated and iterated. We ended up having to delete the map because it was like a super high, uh, uh, whatever, polygon density map. And so, like carving into it, every time we tried to carve into the original map, it would lag your computer out like crazy. So we reduced the resolution of the terrain map and just started throwing stuff at the board and testing stuff. And we came on this snow level that we think looks really cool, really nice. It's a little bit of different. Again, this may not be the official starting level of Ruins of Tearyn. It's just like where we kind of iterated and came up to. Um, and so I'm leaning into this design of, go find a camp and sit there and grind some XP. Then you get bonus XP off the Registry of Chronicles and bonus loot from the Registry of Chronicles. And then you're killing bosses, you're fighting them, you're engaging in fun bosses to kill. And then you're collecting these like monster parts to level up the area in order to um, make them stronger. And so it's always annoying too because like you want the player to progress really fast. You don't want them to sit around with the same level monsters for a while. And so like it's going to be weird. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I pick some other random place to even start. I don't know. Yeah. Because at the start, I do want you to kill like rats and stuff at the start. I want the EverQuest experience if you're killing like little tiny rats and snakes. So I have to see if we have any models for that. And then later on, you take on like bears and stuff. Start to show around level 5 and plus. And so this could be the rat yard right here. You go kill some rats and stuff. Yeah, maybe I don't even start at the tavern. Maybe I just fix this place. I don't know. Um, but yeah, I need to think a bit on this one to progress through. Then I'll do a pass properly to place things like puzzle pieces. Yeah, rats are good. Um, that's definitely something I'll do as well. Is like right now, these big zones here are the exploration parts. And I want to also make clicky exploration stuff so you can like, go into here and, um, if you click on the books, you'd also get an exploration bonus or something. Um, that type of thing. I could make it that you just walk in, you could, find the mages table, but being interactive and making people think that you can poke at stuff um, is really important. And even like talking to certain NPCs could also be exploration um, points. The other option is I make like a um, maybe you teleport here. That could be a good intro of. So I wanted to put in waypoints as well. Um, I don't know if I marked this down. Waypoints and fast travel. So I'm going to do waypoints, kind of like a Diablo system, where there's just going to be like a couple waypoints throughout the map, and then you can teleport to them, and I have a unique system for that. But you obviously have to get to that waypoint first to unlock it. And there could be a situation where I just make a small little tiny map somewhere else over here. And that's the level 1 area. That's the outside Freeport. That's the outside Elwyn, whatever. And that might help a lot with this map. And so that could be the 1 to 5 experience outside of this map, and then everything here is 5+. I think that might be the way to go about it. So that's one of the most annoying parts is obviously when you're doing level 1 to 5, it's going to be very, very quick. Even level 1 to 10 is like, as you're experiencing, it's kind of fast. There's like the possibility I could like wall off this whole area up here and expand this out here, and then this becomes the 1 to 5 stuff. And then there's the other option of I could design the next dungeon to be a yeah, the 1 to 5 I think has to be split. Because what ends up happening is just like you get all these animals that are like level 1s and stuff. In betweens or one, like it's such like a quick experience. Like, yeah, the flow's been something I've definitely struggled with. But it's like it's something I struggle with, but I'm improving a lot. At the more and more I just consider this a camp based game, the more and more it's starting to come together. And so I'm trying to kind of follow that path of make this a camp based game. It doesn't mean there's not going to be roaming situations and stuff, but and like it can vary. It's going to vary a lot map to map. It's going to be an area like we want that kind of. If you want to roam with a group and kill a bunch of stuff, you can. There's these zones for that. If you want to sit in one spot and kill a bunch of stuff, there's these zones for that. If you think of Elwyn Forest for the first 1 to 5, it's in this enclosed area called Northshire. Even the same ordeal with all the other races spawn in the game. If you remember your wild knowledge, yep, absolutely. I think that's the main thing that's been annoying is the 1 to 5 is like you need that little tiny bit of like an hour of teaching the player how to do stuff in that newbie area, and then hopefully after that they can go out and do stuff in this area. Then it becomes like where's the cutoff point? Is it 1 to 5? Is it 1 to 10? Do I expand out here and do 1 to 10? And then all this stuff is where you start camping for bosses and things. I do think so. where did I put the flow? Nope. Okay. I'm going to do a new note. Next prio. We're going to do waypoints, fabled. That's different. I did that already. I kind of did that. I don't need to have that. I've resolved that. That's kind of what I'm doing now. I think Tarzan. Intro. Teach new players how camp systems work. Teach players about the registry of chronicles. Teach players about camping areas. Teach players about roaming patrols. Teach players about how bosses can spawn or not spawn. Placeholders. I could put this down. That comes a little bit later. I'm going to have two factions good and bad, so I have to make twice the zones. Yeah, so again, this may not even be the starting zone in the end. I plan to have lots of different races. I want that feeling of this world full of different creatures and races and stuff. And again, because we're balancing more for fun of gameplay over numbers, a lot of classes will do very similar damage. And so it's just like, does the class feel fun? That's our priority. It's not like, are they doing the highest damage? Are they doing these things? It's class theming. And do you feel like you're a mage? Do you feel like you're a rogue? Do you feel like you're a warrior? And then is it fun to play? That's what we're really focused on. And like the thematics of that kind of experience. And as a result of that, we're likely going to have a lot of different races, a lot of different classes. And then you can customize those classes like crazy too. Yeah, fuck the designing for the metagame. It's all about feeling theming of the role, and it's fun to play. Yeah. Again, we want this to be that amazing 1 to 50 experience that people love and come back to. It provides a good amount of challenge for people. Things that can go wrong. Again, patrols are really there to disrupt gameplay and to make this idea of, again, it goes back to how I talked about like thoughts per minute versus actions per minute. And you might be sitting there killing monsters, but you're going to want to make sure you're looking around yourself for those big patrols that can kind of mess up your flow. And thinking about those things. And that's kind of what I'm like, why I'm like making sure I write these things down on the intention of the first area and what it's supposed to do. And also, it's also just that 30 minutes experience of, holy shit, there's like a lot of bosses in this game to go kill. Like there's like a lot of things you can like I want you to experience killing these kind of named enemies and some of the different mechanics like my combat system can do um, right off the bat. And so this gets into showcasing that there are some really interesting boss fights that you can do a lot of those very early, and you should be experiencing a level 5 boss that's like kind of intense. I don't have the ability to afford to make other races. It's too much artwork for me, but in the future it's 100% possible since I'm sci-fi themed and aliens can be a thing in expansion or just humans, robots, and animals for me. Yeah. Again, we're pushing and building towards an actual publishing budget of some sort. And so we ourselves will have ideas for stuff. If we don't get funding, well, you know, races and stuff won't be a thing for a long time. Um, but at the moment, to make the true experience I want to make, it's going to be a lot of races, and that comes with planning too. As we talked, I think it was you I talked to maybe about the failures of MMOs, making sure you have all the ideas of rigging and systems in place to and like the skeletons, the animations, and the process for all those figured out early, so you know how to incorporate new races. I have ideas on even each race has its own, archetype of a class, and so how an ogre is a warrior they might have completely different abilities than a warrior as a night elf, right? Like that type of thing, because they would obviously fight much differently, and so um, and their role is very similar, their concept is very similar, but it could be very different play styles because you're a different race and you would just generally fight differently. And I think that would add a lot of different flair. Um, and like you would use all the same gear, and the gear drops would be all the same, all that kind of stuff. But so-called elf warrior would be much more agile than a troll warrior type thing. Um, and break the meta a bit of there's only 9 classes and 6 races, and that's all there is, and so much of that comes down to the flexibility of my combat system, and it's very easy to do that type of thing. Yeah, I have a lot of good ideas to work within my limitations on that, so I'm on that. Yeah. Try to make the 1 to 5 to teach a few things that will be carried over the future of the game. Yeah, carried over the future of the game. Yeah, I think this is the number one thing that's been tricking me up is this first area, this 1 to 5 experience. It could turn into 1 to 10. Because 1 to 5 is not a ton of time to teach people stuff. And it's obviously could be like 1 to 6, 1 to 8, or something like that. But yeah, the core thing is teach them about the Registry of Chronicles, teaching about, hey, there's camps in this game, and you can sit there and kill stuff and just get XP, and you're going to get a bunch of boss spawns, right? Out of that. And then have these weird things that patrol around the area that can try and kill you and you and your group. And then obviously teach the combo system. And like this is potentially like I want to show it early, but at the same time, do I teach the combo system a bit more later? But anyways, I need to eat. I'm going to do this forever. I'll be back in a few hours. I'll see you then. Thank you for stopping by, Paxion. Uh, I have a pork and veggie bowl thing in the oven, and then uh, rice, and I had made some like homemade red beans that are nice and seasoned, not like canned things. Actually, you know, boiled them and seasoned them and all that stuff, and some rice. So, but basically, I did a whole. I do this thing where I get like a pork loin. Um, I've been like slowly improving how I do it, but the pork loin is obviously a very it's very cheap meat, and it's also very lean. There's not much fat in it. Um, and so I've been working on ways to improve the how tender it is and the flavor. So like the tender part, you just cook it to 200 degrees, like slow, and then it falls apart. So that's kind of how you make pulled pork. Because something about the collagen or whatever, the thing that binds everything together, falls apart at 200 degrees. But then this time I tried a dry brine. So I coated the outside with like sea salt, like flaky sea salt, and then did my seasoning on top of that, and then let it sit out to room temperature for about an hour. Um, Pat it dry, did a huge sear on it, and then I gotta go. Thank you again.